Okay, I think we're here. I think we're ready. Let me just get chat up so I can see what is going on. All right, welcome everyone. Welcome, Orca. We got some people come. So this is a little bit earlier today, so it might help out some people that are in different time zones and whatnot. How's the audio? Let me know. Orcan, welcome. Dylan, Eduardo, Neutral Darkness. Whoa. Ray Black. Let's get this party started. I'm down. I'm feeling good. Dima, welcome. Good to have you. Yeah, let's finish this bloody three word challenge thing. That would be ideal. We'll get it. I mean, as you can see, I've done a lot of work myself off stream because the deadline is the 31st. And over in Australia, it's the 27th. And yeah, that's not a lot of time to also then keep up with my own content. And I've got a couple of workshops coming up, and it's all happening all at once. So Dima, Neutral Darkness, I found your YouTube channel just today, and I thought your work is very good. Oh, appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome. Good old YouTube algorithms doing its job. Robson, welcome. Hey, we got Shane. Thanks, man. Thank you. I got your message on Twitter. I've not forgotten. I've just been a bit overwhelmed with messages lately. Let's take over the world. Sounds good to me. Thank you. Oh, there's one that's flipped in chat. You've got your message and then your avatar name. Interesting. Thank you. Taylor, welcome. Thank you so much, Taylor. No, good to have you. Hope you and the family are doing well. Triadics. Appreciate it. Happy to have you. Okay, sir, welcome. How much plan do I, thank you. How much work do you plan on putting into it? Probably the next however many hours. Because I think there's a point of diminishing returns, to be perfectly honest. I want to clean up some of this foreground shrubbery. And, yeah, just do a bit of clean up. The heavy lifting's done. It's just sort of making things feel a little bit better, I reckon. YK. Oh, yes, I see a fully rendered piece next to the words warm up. Yeah, no, hold on. Yeah, let's do something about that. Because I still want to warm up today, even though we're doing a little bit of cleanup. If I get to a point where I'm happy with it, I might even just go into something different, you know? You never know what's going to happen in these crazy streams. There we go, a little bit of difference. Maybe some scribbles on the page to indicate warm-up time. Something like that. Woo! Okay, now we're in warm-up time. Just catching up with chat, just sort of easing into the stream. Robson, I watch your stream while trying to sketch something myself. Fantastic. That's a great way to do it. Wenez, how to coloring in Photoshop, no speed. I'm sorry, I don't understand that sentence. If you can reword that in a way, that'd be fantastic. Liav, awesome. Great to have you. All right. Appreciate it, Dylan. I appreciate it. Now, this one, as you can see from the previous streams, I've done a bit more work on it. And there was a lot of struggles. A lot of struggles. There was a point where I wanted to throw it all away. Not really, because it's for a client, so I can't do that. But there was a point where it's just like, this thing isn't working. It's just not looking correct. The proportions are off. The what do you call it? The perspective was off. The anatomy was off. And it wasn't smooth sailing. And it rarely is, to be perfectly honest with you. It's rarely super smooth sailing. So this was a good few hours, long days trying to get this to a point where I'm happy with it. I completely redrew the dude, the lumberjack. Redid the face of the alien. Played around a lot with the background. The background was the most relaxing part, to be perfectly honest. It was good fun, the background. There wasn't too many. It was more just like discovery of like, what could I turn it into? I appreciate it, Taylor. Thank you. Time to do some drawing studies. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing. So let's maybe because I've got a few. I'll throw up my pure ref instead of diving into the depths of the old Pinterest. Load recent CDQ stream. Oh no, embarrassing. See, I had to do some. Look at this guy. He means business. He's not having it. That's what happens if you get on my bad side. You get this look. Bam. No, but see, I had to take some of some different like references of folds. Take some photos of myself is the best way to do it in a pinch, and for exactly the sort of at the right angle that you want. Because you can tell, even with the hand here, it's not a one-to-one copy, because it shouldn't be. But this gave me a little bit more knowledge of the structure of the hand in that kind of perspective. It's not the exact same perspective as this guy, but it was a... Whoop, did PureRef crash? No, we're here. Okay. So yeah. How to use reference for drawing. I'm about to do that in a moment. Wenez. Dima, you're from Ukraine and it's 3:24 a.m. What are you doing up? And I'm not even an artist, 3D modeler. That's an artist, my friend. But I watch your streams very often, although sometimes it's not convenient. Thank you for your work and your video. My absolute pleasure. Glad you're enjoying it. Jeffrey, great to have you. Great to have you. Love to hear that the old YouTube algorithms are doing their job. And those of you that commented on the video, I want to get back to all of them, but it's just a whole different ball game than Instagram. So I haven't gone back to any of them yet. But that's my goal. I want to get back to most, if not all, the comments in some way, shape, or form. It's just, this is the week of deadlines at the moment. So it's been good. If that's the worst thing that's going on, I'm doing all right. So I'm just organizing some of my reference here. Want to be a hero? Spin your hat around your head. I'm not your puppet to just do what you... Okay, I'll do it. There you go. And then we're back again. Hopefully that you got something out of that one. You love Disney animated movies. I do. I love how you can make things look alive just from story. And, well, not just from story, but like, I've been thinking more and more about story recently as well. How to incorporate that more into my illustrations, because I think that's very important moving forward. All right, maybe I want to give that one a shot. So I've been diving quite deep into the old environment design as well, because I want to start putting my characters in more interesting environments rather than just a blurred background. So I think last week we did these two. Yeah, bugger, I'm going into Pinterest. It's happening. Strap in. Let's find some wicked, because I've saved some awesome environment studies. Environment artwork, sorry. Where's my environments? E. Hello? I've gone blind. I'm missing it. Where on earth? It's right in front of me. I know it is. I just can't see it. Stylised City. Environment. Environment design. There we go. Bloody hell. Took me long enough. Alright, I love this kind of stuff. Just like... So this is Jong Han. Shout outs to Jong Han. So these are all in my Pinterest if you want to go follow us. Oh, I love this. And who is this? We have to find out. Oh, 404 page not found. That's a shame. What about this one? Is that going to show us anyone? Don't 404 me. Maybe they took their stuff off of ArtStation. So my apologies for this person, but I love that value structure. Ooh, look at this. You can feel that. You can like... So is this Gyazzo? Maybe I should just... I don't know what kind of website that is. I don't know who this is. Ah, that's annoying. But look at that. Like, that's what gets me going, is like these slice of life sort of things, like cafe lighting. Tommy Kim. There we go. Bloody beautiful. That's my goal with these environments. Look at this. Like, it's such a diffuse sort of setup. I'm going to hesitate and say that this is done by the Tonko House guys. This has a very particular look. I could be wrong. Let me have a look. Oh shit, you're not even going to see half of the stuff I'm looking at. My apologies, everyone. Let's go here. Let's go full screen. So who was that? Let's find that one. No, Tommy Kim. There we go. Shout out to Tommy Kim. All right, so let's throw that here. Okay, now we got some selections to work from. Let's throw in black and white to start with. Just get some things going. I might just do this one. Quick one in black and white. Get used to seeing these really simple shapes, because that's part of it, right? That's seeing all these simple shapes and simplifying everything down. All right, do we nick off the old Pura for a sec? Yeah, let's get him over here. All right, let us begin. Oh, now I've got to put the warm-up. Where's my warm-up thing gone? Half, warm-up. Copy that. Scene. There we go. %, YK Kelly. Yep. Dima, you're an artist. Shane, thanks, man. No, my real focus was on getting that movement and punching the colors up. Adam, welcome. Happy Sunday. It's going well. It's going well. Oh, that's all right, over there or over another place. Well, I'm in the future right now. It's Monday over here. Clarence, welcome. Appreciate it, Duncan. Welcome, welcome. Peaches, good to have you. Neutral, have you worked in the gaming industry? No. I haven't really worked here, apart from actually doing workshops with a couple of game companies. I have not actually worked inside one. Let's get this going. Now, one thing as well I've been playing with is the pencil tool with no transfer or no like texture, right? So that forces me to get these real simple shapes down. Okie dokes. Alright, so what I'm going to do is squint down. Where are my darks? Where's my darkest darks? Do you try colored pencils? I think it's the hardest way to color. I have not. I've not tried colored pencils for years. Years and years and years. All right. Let's look at this. Let's block out these big key shapes. So we got that. There's something that I want to explore more with my paintings as well. There's something called exposure. So I usually think of that when it comes to cameras and that sort of stuff. But it's something to take into consideration. The reason I say that, like here, what are we exposed, or what is this painting here exposing for, right? So this took me a while to wrap my head around. I still haven't fully wrapped my head around it. But basically in the shadows, you can see a lot of the details, right? But as soon as it goes into the lights, a lot of those details, the contrast between the values and that sort of stuff goes away. And you can do the opposite as well, where you can have all the details in the light, and then like less contrast in the shadows, and then you can have these like high dynamic range sort of thing. But that gets I've not figured it out yet. I kind of get the idea, but that's something that I'm thinking about as well, even in this painting that we'll be doing, that we'll be finishing up soon. All right, so I'm just squinting down, blocking out these really big shapes. Let's get this little van in here, the V-dub. Ben, you're so cool using your own self-references. Oh, I don't know about so cool. It's a necessity thing. All right, so let's get these windows in. So there's going to be some nuance. I can never say that word quite right. Nuance. with these values in the shadow, right? Because this whole thing's in the shadow basically, except for the top here and that tiny little bit at the bottom. So I want to quickly put in some of these shapes. I should really just, oh, nah, that's fine. We'll do it. But the cool thing about the pencil tool is that it doesn't leave that weird like little gap between, because it's just literally filling in the pixels at 100% opacity. So you can just sort of use the fill tool if you do need to. That'll do. We will carve this up. It's looking jank at the moment, but it will get there. And we can play around with this value structure as well. Like, it doesn't have to be as bright as this one. It doesn't have to be the exact same. So I want to get this going there. I want to get this going there. And then I can sort of fill in, well, some of this. Now I need to not be precious with this. This is a study. We are warming up. I say that every time, but I oftentimes just get stuck into the details. Now, why did that not fill in? Filled in the whole thing. Maybe the grey isn't contrasty enough for Photoshop's thing. Who knows? Now, with this one as well, in the shadows, the occlusion shadows are going to help us show form. So particularly, you can see there's occlusion shadows underneath this this little van dude. So I'll just throw in some wheels quickly. I always mess up the wheels. I want to get like Kim Jong-gi level of where it's just like comes so natural just to draw cars and like mechanical things. That'll do. So it's looking very graphic at the moment, right? And that's kind of the goal. Yay, now do a backflip. If I could do a backflip, I would do a backflip. I cannot do a backflip. I remember the first time I tried to do a backflip, I was in primary school and I was trying to impress a girl, and I said, hey, I'm going to do a backflip. And then I've never done one before, but I thought I could. I thought the power of trying to impress someone would just magically make it happen. And then I winded myself really bad because I just went straight on my back. So, yeah, no backflips today, but never say never. Now I've got to stop looking so grumpy when I draw, because I'm not grumpy, I'm just concentrating. So I've got to look happy. Or can tell the truth, the inspiration comes from the hat. Hell yeah, why do you reckon I like wear it every time? Probably should have done the background before this van, to be perfectly honest, but oh well. That's okay. We will learn from our mistakes, hopefully. So now as this starts to come together, we can see that this value is quite dark on the windows. But I'm thinking about why. Why is that value darker down here, and then it sort of gradates up? Maybe because the van has tinting on the windows, but there is a gradient, so this is just a reflection of its surroundings. Alright, so up here is going to be reflecting the sky pretty much, I think. Dima, you made a model on ArtStation. I have a funny story related to your artwork. About a year ago, I asked for your permission to use your work for my training. I'm sorry, but then I couldn't do it. Oh, right. Oh, no. I don't know, a year's gone past though, so you might be able to give it a whirl. Give it another crack. My illustrations have probably gotten clearer since then from a 3D form perspective. 3D form perspective, what? Do I even speak English? Alright. So let's take a look at this background. Let's use this line tool. It's my new favorite thing. This is my absolute new favorite tool. So you can just start and make sure it's on pixel up here in the top left. You can't see it because my head's there. But there's an option to either be shape, path, or pixel. Do it as pixel. Alright, so it will do your head in. I'm not having that issue, Clarence. I don't know what that is. Lavender Lizards, welcome. Welcome back. Springwater, did I go to art school in Australia? No, I didn't go to art school. I've taken courses and all that fun stuff, but no, I never went to art school. I studied industrial design in university, but I dropped out after about a year. So that was the extent of my quote-unquote proper education. So yeah, it's just taking online courses, in-person courses, books, all that fun stuff. That noise you're hearing is just that little wheel on my tablet. Changes the size of the brush really fast, which is nice. So I'm just putting some texture on the wall here. Even the direction of this texture can dictate how something's going to look as well, and how believable the thing is. Right, so I tend to do things too light actually as well. That's something I've noticed recently. Is my values oftentimes skew a little bit on the lighter side. Nothing wrong with that, really. It's just something to note, I guess. Ah, awesome. Yeah, so if you guys want to check out some 3D work, Shane Olsen on YouTube. I think that, I'm assuming that's where he's going to be streaming. Fantastic wealth of knowledge when it comes to 3D sculpting. That's something I want to get into more and more as I start to figure out my time structure and just getting things back to a more manageable sort of schedule. But this line tool is freaking fun because you just like bam, throw it in there, and it just gives it like this really nice graphic quality. And I think you can even do the same with like shapes. So if I just wanted to do the rectangle and be more specific about the shapes and like keep them on the same plane, I could do that as well, like this. So it's all values, baby. That's what it comes down to. So look at that. Even just that little bit of like zhuzh of value starts bringing it into the real world, as if it's been lit by something. We're getting there. We can bump up these values as well. Adam Victor, Succession. I've not seen Succession. Is it good, yeah? I'm in love with the line tool. Awesome, Shane. Now I hope you have a good stream. I wish I could watch it at the same time. Of course, Victoria. It's having to get out of bed. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, my absolute pleasure. They're good. They're a good bit of fun. That's something I look forward to every week. And thank you and everyone sort of watching for keeping me company. And tolerating my rambles. All right, so there needs to be a little bit more of some texture on the van. A little bit more stuff going on, because this is something that I heard Rob Ruppel, fuck, I always fancy up his name, does or gets his students to do, or when he does workshops. I've never actually taken a workshop from him. I would love to, but I've heard him say on various interviews and that kind of stuff that it's like, even himself, just trying to figure out how he can make a picture just with the line tool. There's just a really sort of cool vibe to it. Might do one in color as well. It's like another warm-up. I like to do some drawing in this warm-up as well, just to flex that muscle. Not sure about this music though. I want it to be more bloody upbeat. Where's my music? I mean, I don't know how more upbeat that is, but all right. So we've got we've got this pole here. That value's too bright, so we'll knock it down. Right, and then there is a pole that will follow all the way through there. Duncan, I know you probably don't need any more brushes, but Zach Retz has dropped a free set on the Gumroad. Funnily enough, I met Zach the other day. Lovely guy. And he was mentioning that as well when we caught up. So I've got to go and check them out. No, I love his work. Just, it's this kind of stuff, right? Like he can, I saw him on Bobby Chew's podcast recently as I was like researching his work. And they were using Magma Studio and there was something going wrong with the pen pressure. Like it just wasn't working. And then he just used the pencil tool and just did an awesome like value study or like painting or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you don't have to have all the opacity and this and that. It should help tell the story of whatever you're trying to convey, but it can all be done in all different forms. And that's the insights that I like to take are the ones that aren't like digital software specific. Like they're very digital or like tool agnostic. You can take them into gouache, you can take them into oil painting, pixel art, like whatever. It doesn't really matter. Which is freedom, in my opinion. Awesome. Hopefully see you back, YK. Catch you later, Dylan. Good to have you, Chibi. Eduardo, Ben, what do you teach at Ahmen School? I teach my process for stylized characters. Which is good fun, and they got me back for another term, which is sick. Alright, so if we zoom out, we can sort of see it slowly coming together. We can push the values a little bit more before we move on. Adam, do you like to cook? I do like to cook. I'm very simple though. Very, very simple when it comes to cooking. Nothing fancy, just straight up staples. Generally as healthy as I can get it. Robson, I like to draw while listening to musical podcasts, although when I'm listening to music, I tend to avoid songs that I can sing along because it makes me lose focus. That's a cool problem to have. All right, look, that'll probably do. There's a lot more I could do with it, but we must move on. We don't have all, we kind of do have all day, but we've got to get to learning some more. Oh, what a happy accident that was. Turning it from the black and white to the color. Huh. Well, there you go. How'd you be? Yeah, let's dive into this one. This is beautiful, this. So we'll do a color study for this one. Okay. Now, I flip-flop between looking at the lightest lights and the darkest darks. Lightest lights and the darkest darks. Krusty, hey, Ben, nice catching a stream again. Your vibe always makes me relax. Awesome. I have your streams on instead of lo-fi music. Wow, how's that? Diego, what's happening, man? We've got to catch up this week. I've not forgotten about the message. We're well overdue for a catch up. Everyone go check out Diego's work on Instagram. You probably already do because he's fantastic, but if you don't, shame on you. We've got to have a look. Diego. And it's just a wealth of anatomy, form knowledge, figure drawing. Is fantastic. So go check this man out. He's awesome. And I think he might even have some courses available right now. I think this is in Spanish, so I'm not sure. But yeah, go check him out. Go follow him on Instagram. Highly, highly recommend. Quality follow. And quality dude as well. God T. What you doing? Just doing some warm-ups. Getting into the flow of things. Just easing in to the old stream before we get cracking with finishing up the main illustration focus. All right, let's use the lasso tool and speed it up a little bit. Oh, I need my actions open. Where are my actions? Fill. Is that going to work for me? Awesome. Thank you very much. Let's go. Bada bing, bada boom. So I'm just blocking in the general colors at the moment, not being super detailed about it. Doesn't have to be perfect. It won't be perfect, so there is no need to stress. Oh, why are you doing this to me? As I start to stress. I don't want it to ask me that every time, which is, it doesn't usually, but the last couple of streams it's been, because I've got an action connected to a hotkey. And it just consistently asks every time if I want to do that, which is annoying. I just wanted to do the thing. I think I might have to remake the action. Okay, let's take a look. Let's do yeah, bugger this. Let's just do the line tool. Fun times. So this, I'm seeing shadows. I'm seeing darker shadows. I can't remember if I've already said this or not, but Bubizu, opinion on form studies. I'm not sure what you mean. Opinion on, like, are we talking people studies, anything studies, form as in 3D solid objects? Give me a little bit more context and I'll be able to answer a little bit better. Also, I got my sleeping pattern a little bit more in tune. Got up at 8 this morning, which is kind of crazy for me at the moment. Got some work done. Got some admin stuff finished off. So I've got a wedding this weekend, so that's going to take most of my weekend, which is where I get a lot of work done actually. So I've got to counteract that lost time. Getting up that bit earlier. So I'm squinting down. Just blocking in things at the moment. So let's grab this. Let's have a look at those darker colors. Those darker shapes, those darker values. Don't have to be perfect. Apologies if you can hear the dogs as well. They've been very naughty lately. Exceptionally naughty. I've not been a happy chappy. There's another dog over the fence. I think there's beef. It's bloody noisy beef. Adam, it is 11:40 a.m. How light interacts with basic shapes to complex ones. Yeah, I think they're fantastic. In particular, I love sculptures where it's just one material. There's oftentimes a grey or a white, or like a ZBrush or Blender model, and just studying from that just to understand forms more. So what we got to look at here with this study, we want to start, at least for me, I'm thinking about a lot of the whys. Again, I'm always about the whys, like not just, okay, this color's a little bit more orange. It's like, okay, well, why? Why is it more orange? Well, it's sort of like a dusk kind of lighting setup, right? And I'm thinking about the local colors. Thinking about the local colors of the materials that I'm putting the light on. Right, so the shadows, by the looks of it, will be lit by like a fading blue skylight. And the light source is going to be hit by more of a warmer sort of light. So that's something to take into account. We can get more nuanced with the light source and make things feel a bit more rich later on. This is one I want to spend a bit of time on. I think, because it's very nuanced. It's got a lot of that diffuse light because a lot of it's in shadow. Very subtle color shifts. I really like it. I think I can learn a bit from it. Because there'll come a point where stuff just goes, oh, now it's a 3D thing. It'll just start to click. It takes a time. Takes a little bit. Alright, so we've got this tree kind of in the foreground, but it's super subtle value shifts around that tree. So it doesn't look quite right yet, but it will. We'll get there. Need to bump these values up a lot. So I'll squint down, think about how these just big blocks of color are working, and again why. What's happening here? What's happening here? Ah, it's 9 p.m. Whereabouts are you, Adam? You in the States? The US of the A's? We're getting there. All these values can be knocked down a lot. We can bump the saturation up. That's one little tip that I find can sort of hold true, is you can have a lot more play with the saturation in the shadows than you can in the lights if you want it to look more realistic. Some person, welcome. Good to have you. I'm just trying to figure out these values at the moment. there's a lot more yellow in the light, which is awesome. So there's no opacity going on here either. No opacity, no messing around with that. I'm trying to pick the colors that make sense. Alright, and you'll notice, even little things like this, right? You'll notice that the light is hitting the floor here, and it's going to be ever so slightly bouncing back up onto this wall, right? So this is going to warm up a little bit here, and if we just go black and white, you'll see there's like a gradient that's going up here, right? And a lot of that is because of this bounce light from the floor back up onto the wall and onto the doors and everything else. You even see a little bit of it on the pot here. You see this, and this is all like illuminated a little bit more. All right, so there's always reasons why, particularly in like where things look awesome like this painting does. It's like, oh, they were thinking about that. Very cool. This needs to warm up quite a bit, I think. Yeah. And this valley needs to be knocked down even more. This is, the local color was blue, so it's going to be kind of maybe even more bluish. It's going to be darker. And the very cool thing about these windows is that you can see reflections on what's going on if you look very carefully, which you might miss if you're not careful. Hold on. We can see some shutters from a building that's on the opposite end, like it basically where the picture is being observed from. We can see some shutters of the building that's opposite this, right? It looks like a lighter colored building, so you can, that's what gives it even more depth as well. It's so cool. So cool. And this could be way more saturated. Not that much saturated. Yeah, I'll knock the value down a little bit. Warm it up a tad down here. start simplifying. Idaho. Oh, sorry, Idaho. Ohio. Very cool. Robson, about colouring, which one you think it's more approachable for beginners, using colours straight up or using shade of grey first and then adding colours? Values are the most important, I think. So values meaning the black and white. Because if the black and white values, so the lightness or darkness of something isn't correct, then it is very difficult to fix that with colour. Now, the reason I can go straight into colour here is because I've got practice understanding how to simplify value and understand what values different colours are. And as you can see, I'm not hitting it perfect straight off the bat either. So it's a big experimentation process as well. But yeah, there's no one to do first necessarily, but I would look at putting values up on the priority list of things to learn and sort of study, because they're kind of everything. Too many details? No. No such thing. It's just how you can simplify those details to begin with. And then it's just a matter of finding them again after you've simplified them. Which is the tricky part. Easier said than done, mind you. But this is fun. I love this bloody line tool. It is just too fun. So now I'm going to take into account that bouncing of the light back up onto the underside of these doors. I'm going to warm them up a little bit. I'm just going to bump up that value just a smidge. And then because I've done that, there are these tiny little highlights, which then gives dimension to this door. Right, so we can see there's like a ledge just on that bottom bit there. There's a ledge here. There's also a ledge right there on the bottom, and now that just pops it out, and it's like boom, now it's a three-dimensional thing. But it's all working up to that, the ability to do that, because now it looks three-dimensional because we've got the foundation in. We understand the planes, all that fun stuff. Some person, even though it's not complete, I still love the shading. Thank you. Zach, it's good to be here as always. Great to have you. Sugar Beats, two questions. First off, great to have you, Sugar Beats. Hope you've been doing well. I struggle so much with drawing hair. Any tips? Second, have you seen any cool creatures recently? Hair's a tricky one. Not from a more of an explanation, because it's like, what kind of hair are you are you trying to draw? Because I mean, hair comes in all shapes and sizes, obviously. But like with anything that I'm trying to draw, breaking it down into simple 3D forms. You can do that with hair as well. Chunk the pieces of hair to just have you grasp it in your mind a little bit more. That tends to help me a lot. And then afterwards, like I'll even show you with this guy, like here, just to give some context. Like with this guy, you zoom up, it's pretty messy, right? I want to keep this kind of painterly look, but these are all chunked bits of hair. This is more stylized, of course, but I could take this up to a fully rendered feeling of like real hair if I wanted to. But it's sort of, there's a chunk of hair here, there's a chunk of hair there, chunk of hair here, these little chunks of hair. All these are individual chunks. So again, like 3D, always thinking in 3D. Can really help with hair, either stylistic, like stylized, or realistic as well. "10,000 bees in a trench coat." Great to have you. Love that avatar name. Annie, good to have you. Thank you. Yeah, no, these are super fun to do. I learned so much from them. If not just the fact of how simple something can be, but also get the feeling of life in it. Is freaking, I love it. I'm on a real this kind of style kick at the moment, and then I want to start placing characters in these kind of scenes, and yeah, absolutely love it. So these are going to be a little bit more on the red side, because I'm assuming this is going to be lighter font or writing on here. So it needs to be a lighter value, even more so, I think. So we can knock that up a little bit more. Just doing random shapes. Now there needs to be a whole section of shadow that's darker down here. And then I've got to try heavy paint. That's one thing I'd like to try. It's like an app. I've got it downloaded. I've had a little squiz at what it can do. It was pretty cool. LED, I'm in ads. You shouldn't be. I think I turned that off. Peaches Hollow, hey, can I ask what you made your website with? Looks cool. I made that custom. So my background is in web development. So technically speaking, I made it in using Next.js, which is a JavaScript framework, I guess you could call it. And it's hosted on Vercel, if that means anything to anyone. Respect. But yeah, no, that's a very, very custom setup I've got with my website. No worries, Sugar Beats. How do you keep your mind relaxed while drawing? Or does that just come easy for you? I know that my mind isn't always going to be relaxed when I'm drawing. There are ebbs, there are flows, there are points of frustration. I had a lot of points of frustration when I was working on that character that I just showed you by myself. There was doubt, so that never goes away. And it depends on how comfortable I am with the subject matter as well. Like this, I'm pretty relaxed with, because it's a study. I'm trying to learn. But my mind is, like, it's not just like, oh, I'm going to sit back and relax and do this. My mind's going like ping, 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 like back and forth between, okay, what's light, what's dark, what's warm, what's cool. What's light, what's dark, what's warm, what's cool. All the time. So it is like a proper sort of study warm-up session, I guess you could say. But yeah, relaxed in general, I don't know. I guess it comes with time, but it isn't always the case. For me, at least. Some people may be super relaxed when they paint. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. I haven't figured that out, how to 100% control that just yet. Sorry, Ben, but I have to leave. You'll always be my first inspiration. I appreciate it. No worries. You have a great rest of your day, evening, wherever you're at in the world. And thank you very much for the kind words. It means a lot. Your brain is a pinball machine. Yep, pretty much. Which is why it can be pretty taxing after a day of painting. It's just like, oh, you're just making all of these micro decisions. Like I'm thinking about shape. I'm thinking about value. Thinking about proportion to everything else. That's the same when I was doing oils as well. I want to get back into some traditional stuff. Has anyone seen Signs? This song that's on right now reminds me of the aliens in Signs, their noise when it goes up. And I think of weird stuff like that when I'm painting as well. Nobody, what's up? Welcome. Good to have you. Hey, hey, Micah. What's going on? You should add a cat. Maybe. I think I'm spending too much time on it, to be perfectly honest, so I might wrap this up pretty soon and then do like maybe a head sketch just to get things flowing. And then we can get into the main event. Ah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I can't wait to get working after some of these deadlines that I've got to knock out this week. I want to get back to working on the next video. I'm just like really enjoying that process of making them. Ah, that's cool, sugar beets. It's always good to have that bit of inspiration when doing the art. Okay, let's wrap this up. Quick. More yellow because of the sunset. And just let's knock this little box in. And then you've got that table there we can just block in real quick. Yeah, that'll do. Making some of these darker things. I just need to get faster with these, I think. That'll come with time. Alright, that'll do. That'll do. Let's do a quick, more line drawing type of thing, I guess. Because I feel like it. Let's get someone's face. Portrait studies. I like this guy. So who is this? I want to find out so I can attribute them properly. No. Ugh. That's going to be the best way to do this so I can attribute. We do a quick reverse Google. Copy image address. Then we come here, image link, search. Cannot find image source. Nah. And it only goes to 2 Google searches. Well, look, we've done our best to try and attribute this. If anyone knows, please put it in the comments. We'll just do a quick little sketch. Nobody, this is my warm-up. Yeah, just a few little warm-ups to get the brain going. Now we're going to think about line. So we've got the shape dynamics, we've got the transfer, we've got it all. Let's think here. Real simple shapes. We can like push. So I'm just thinking about planes here, thinking about where the 3D, but it's a stylized version, right? It's not like a one-to-one. Sort of study. I'm looking at where I can push and pull shapes. I can simplify shapes as well. This would be a fun one to render because I can just see the planes of the beard. That folds. This is like in front, like this chunk of beard. This is behind. You've got this cool like line here with his coat going on. The reviewer, good to have you back. Can you draw Aurora? Unfortunately, I'm just going to stick with this one today, Sugar Beats. How's that, getting used to, what you call it, selling your work? Have you had any revelations with that? Ismail. Q Transa. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what that means. I reckon I might save this one. Stream warm up. Two. Ah, good to hear, Sugar Beats. Nice one. faintly see his jacket there. Alright, that'll do with the warm-ups. I will be back momentarily. I need to get a bit more of that good stuff. And I will be writing. Be back in 5. Cool. All right. I'll be back momentarily. See you shortly. And we're back. Buddy, just about burnt my bloody mouth off. All right. Let's get back to it, shall we? We need some upbeat music. This is, I mean, it's all right, but I want some, like, I don't know. Do we go back to punk? I would pay a legit amount of money for me to play my Spotify playlist. High tempo. Sick. There we go. Get us in the mood. I appreciate it, Duncan. Oh, nice one. What's the book about? If you can say. I'm back, Dylan, that's right. Ready to smash this art in a good way. Alright, that's enough warm-ups. This was fun. I've saved this guy. I think this would be fun to actually render out eventually. But, saying that, let's get to the main event. Let's finish this. I might even do some sort of blocking out of the tutorial stuff. I've actually got to have a chat to CDW, not CDW, Character Design Quarterly, CDQ, about what I have to provide. I don't think I have to do the design of the layout or anything. I just have to provide the information, which would save me a lot of time. Anyway, neither here nor there. That's not your issue. Thank you, Chibi. Let's assess. Let's see where we're at. Okay, so what are some key things that aren't looking quite right? I mean, it's altogether it's looking okay. I think we can clean up some of this. Some of this is just looking a bit scrappy. We can clean up the trees. We can, what else can we do? I've got some things going on here. So I did have it. I like copied the layer over the top and sort of made it a bit brighter, which I might do for the final. Just the background a little bit. Because I like how that looks value structure wise, but it's just a little bit too, this is what I was coming back to with the exposure. How the camera would actually look. It's almost everything's too saturated. So a lot of this in the background, a lot of the sky, because how in detail this foreground stuff is, a lot of that contrast should move to the background a little bit more, I think. So what I'll do is I'll just start thinking about the light source. I might duplicate this background. Sorry, Photoshop. I know it'll be struggling with all these layers that we've got going on. But we'll just get these forms right. I think I will... Oh, what's going on here, Photoshop? I'm going to look at some reference of maybe Rob Ruppel's work to see how he would tackle some of this foliage. Maybe replicate some of that in here. And then I don't want to overwork it too much, you know. Fix up some of this smudginess here. Maybe clean up some of these shapes. But yeah, we'll We'll have some fun. I hope. I'm going to have some fun. I don't know about you guys. I hope you're all having fun with whatever you're working on. So here, actually, this is a good opportunity to get some of this reference up. So I'd like it to feel a little bit like these trees. These were my big inspiration for these types of trees. So we can actually come through and even... I want to make it more like cartoony-ish. Not so much cartoony, but a little bit more like their shapes are more solid. It's not like a realistic tree. Right, so their leaves are a little bit more blocky. There's a little bit more going on shape-wise. But then we can break the silhouette a little bit more. And even do something as crazy as like just have some of these floating shapes just to show a little bit more like, I don't know, wasn't as crazy as I thought it was going to look. Who knows? I just like how it's broken up and you can see a bit of the sky through the trees here. So we can... Okay, who used to watch MTV? And you have those shows where they do like dating on the bus and that kind of stuff. Does this song not sound like a beginning, like title sequence? It's like, hi, I'm Jerry. I'm 25 from Texas and I like pizza. Just like random shit like that. This sounds like one of those ones. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Maybe I haven't slept enough, who knows? All of the above could be true. Let's just merge this all down. Let's just commit. Or it's not going to let me, why? Oh, okay. What? Okay, that's fine. Let's merge them. And just work on these trees. How do trees... How are they going to look in this world? Everything's... I can get rid of those and I can just do it on this one layer. How do trees behave in this world that we've made up? I appreciate it, Chugi. That means a lot. Yeah, so this one's going in a magazine, so I've spent extra time and probably stressed too much about it because it's less... I like the fleetingness of digital online stuff where I can just delete the post if I want to. I mean, other people can save it, but it's like I can decide if it stays up or not. But this one is going in a magazine, so along with a tutorial. So it's one of those ones where it's like, it's got to be up to my standard. But in like a month's time, I'm going to like not like it anyway. It's just the way it goes. So I'll have learned things and I'll be like, oh, I should have done that, should have done that. It is what it is, right? Does not matter in the scheme of things. So we're getting a bit of layering there. Maybe this isn't as light. Maybe that could be an issue. Well, not an issue so much, just like maybe it's more saturated and less value for how the sun would actually interact with these leaves. Because different materials are going to react differently depending on the light source color and the type of material. And one like huge aha moment for me when like thinking about materials was that they have like properties that makes them look the way they look. It's the properties that they have and how they interact with the light source is what makes them look the way they look. They don't inherently necessarily have like a color or you know what I mean? Like, what's the color of glass? You know, it's just a different way to think about it. So the properties of this leaf or these leaves, they've got transparency. They will have subsurface scattering a little bit. That's why they might get more saturated in their greenness along the edge here of the light source and the shadow. Right, I don't know if I explained that well enough, but I hope it makes sense. And then we could, like, I wanted to look at where is he? There was one piece of reference that I loved from, I believe, Ryan Lang. Like this kind of thing. I remember early on, I really loved the idea of these coming into focus and that kind of stuff. So we could even do a bit of that in here with the leaves. Like, draw some inspiration from this, pun fully intended, and just play around with that kind of thing to show some depth, which gives me another thing to talk about in the tutorial as well, which is cool. So that's a big old positive that I think we'll play around with. Ismail, I love you. I appreciate that. Let's do the old flipperoo. Because I decided to play this on hard mode. I'm not used to doing bloody oh, I'm on the wrong layer. I'm on the wrong layer. You mother lover. Why do I consistently do that? So now I've got to merge this one. No, merge this one. No. Merge, get this one and merge it with this one, which is fine. All sorted, all fixed. Don't stress. I actually want to start, because this is something I haven't done too much of. This one as well. You scumbag. Get feedback from some of my artist mates, because I've never really had artist mates up until recently, to be perfectly honest with you. Sort of given some feedback on what I could have done better, where I could have pushed it more, what could have made more sense, what could have sort of made it, give it more appeal. Like Diego, I might sort of ask him when we catch up next, what could I have done? I think that's a good habit to get into, just to get out of my own way. And these are all based on the light source, right? So even the sky, that's indicating where that light source is, right? So it's coming from this side and that carries through the whole scene. He's in full shadow, but he's getting lit by the bounce light of these leaves and everything. So we might even punch up some of his lighting as well. I might even oh, it's working now, see? Beautiful, but it's not going to work in a little bit for whatever reason. Sometimes we'll just decide. I know why now, I think. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't know why. Still want to think of this as like a cylindrical form, right? Still very cylindrical, this whole thing. It's got form to it. Favorite movie? The Imitation Game. Maybe not what you was expecting, but I said this, I think, last stream. The Imitation Game is fantastic because it's about Alan Turing, which without him, and actually without a lot of people before him, particularly someone called Ada Lovelace, which was, she was basically, I think, one of the first inventors of computing. And she's not very well documented. But yeah, I think I've got the book here somewhere. I think it was called, yeah, you can't see it. It's called The Innovators. And that was really interesting to learn about. But the Imitation Game about Alan Turing and how he kind of stopped the war in Britain like years earlier because he created the Enigma machine. Like, it's just fascinating. And without him, basically, I wouldn't be able to do this right now in front of all of you in a roundabout way. So yeah, that's my favorite movie of all time. Big Masood, man, I'm jealous of your art. No need to be jealous. This is all doable. I'm living proof of it. It's nothing, there's no magic here. You can do this stuff as well. The movie's name is Little Forest Smugglers. Not a bad name. Not a bad name, I must say. I like it. Now, something to take into account in the shadows here. What is being... Let's like ask why. Let's take a beat and ask what is lighting up the shadows. Because technically, if there was no bounce light around the place, all the shadows would be pure black. Right? It would just be darkness. So why are the shadows being lit? Well, they're being lit by the skylight, right? So we can take some of that into account when we're painting this tree. We can add a little bit, if it's going to let me, we'll increase the brightness and we'll skew it a little bit more to the blues so that the tops of these leaves might actually be hit by some of that skylight, right? Which can just give it that extra sense of volume. I might like that, I might not. I'm not liking it right now, but we can sort of keep finessing it, keep, again, thinking about those simple shapes. Thinking how this all fits together. How it would sort of duck right into quite darkness in some of these shadow parts, maybe. But that's drawing the eye too much, I think. Again, pun fully intended. So we don't want to do that. Our focus needs to be first on like these two characters, and then we can sort of lead the eye around. Shout out again to Jesse Draper for opening my eyes to that whole concept. Now, all of this has perspective as well. So you notice the leaves here, what I want to try and get a sense of is these leaves are closer to us, so I want this thing to kind of come towards you in space. And then as it goes back, you might even have some leaves back here. And as it goes back in space, these leaves that I've got, they're a little bit janky at the moment. They're sort of going way back in space. They're getting smaller, right? So that gives a sense of perspective at the same time as well. Sklet. Hey bro, do you sell posters on display? No, I don't sell any prints. I haven't really thought about it, to be honest. It might be something to look into. Because I could only sell original, well, I would only be comfortable selling original characters. Because there's all this weird copyright shit, even with like fan art and stuff like that. So this could be a good candidate for it. But again, this was done as a commission for a not so much a commission. Like I'd have to look at the contract to see what I can and can't do with the final piece. I think it should be fine if I when I get permission from them to put it up. So yeah, that could be a cool thing. Again, from the business side, as some of you know, I love talking about the business side of stuff. It's a good opportunity there for some income, which is nice, which helps keep me doing this pretty much full time. And even hitting some of this, if we alpha lock this layer, we can just some of these peeking past, catching some of that light is quite nice, I think. Maybe? Does that make sense? I think so. We've got to do some, I want to do like a little bit of finessing in the clouds, not too much, because I still want to keep them graphic. Martin, welcome. Jay, that Ryan Lang rep, I know, it's phenomenal. Is an inspiration of mine for sure. See, there is a bit of a discrepancy here between where is this guy sitting in space in relation to this tree, right? So this tree could either be behind him, in front of him, or somewhere in between. So we could have an opportunity here for like a nice bit of cast shadow to even make it sit more in the scene, put a bit of contrast which draws the eye. Again, this is stuff I haven't been thinking about too much up until pretty recently, so it's pretty exciting to play around with some of these concepts. I've been dabbling in. And to have you all join me, which is an absolute treat. This needs to be rounded a little bit more somehow. A little bit of layering maybe with some of the leaves. Dylan, the Super Mario Brothers, sponsored by Campbell's. The Super Mario Brothers movie is coming out next month. Yeah, that should be fun. That should be cool. Thumb Guns, welcome, my friend. Yeah, I changed it a bunch. We'll do a recap at the end of stream, showing where I started and where we ended up. It'll be nice to go back down memory lane to see what I learned, where I changed things, which is gonna help the next challenge as well. Maybe get to certain areas a little bit faster than I did with this one. Poggers, Thank you. I know what that means now. Thanks to you. Buggy Ben, do you know the book Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain? I know it. I haven't read it. What do you reckon of it? What are your thoughts? Duncan, how did you end up meeting Zach Retz and vice versa? So you guys might have seen the stream with me and Christian Nee. So he's an awesome content creator. You may know him from Proco as well. He was working there for quite a while. He's just like a really cool dude. And we've been talking a lot. And he's friends with Zach. And we have like a weekly catch up to sort of talk content and that kind of stuff. And yeah, Zach joined us. And yeah, it was a pleasure. Just talking, having a chat, hearing about his story, how he got started with stuff, and yeah, no, seems like a really cool dude. His braces and his shoes. We need to clean these up a little bit as well. So that's another note to self. And even down here, like, do I want a bit of foliage down here? I don't know. I wanted to make it because these thrusters, I didn't want them to be like flaming or anything like that because that would draw the eye too much, I think. I just want it to be some sort of propulsion system that is pushing, and these trees and foliage and plants and dirt and whatever is getting affected by that. Let's turn off. Let's use what we've learned in our warm-up. Where's my brushes? Settings. Brush settings. Okay, probably behind PureF. Ta-da. No. Or are they? Yes, they are. Look at that magic trick. Let's turn off the transfer. So it's just going to be, we're thinking about shape. How this shape is looking, because these are all getting pushed away because of these thruster things. We can find ways to show that to the audience, that something's happening here in a more graphic way. And then we can come over the top with some texture, maybe get some inspiration from Rob Ruppel. Freaking love that guy's work. Love to meet him one day. And this is all in perspective, right? So these are sitting on the ground plane. So there's perspective going out. It's not just doing it willy-nilly. And because there's sort of shrubbery here, I wouldn't mind having just some like shrubbery in the background here. We've got to change the values and that kind of stuff with just like these random bits of grass and whatever in the back, but just keeping some sort of consistency, maybe. I don't know. And because these are in the sunlight, this might take on a little bit of a lighter, less saturated value. And then it's going to have some shadow maybe. I don't know if I like that at all. Let's get rid of it. Now we could even, I did want to have that, I don't know if some of you remember in the original concept, I had like a squirrel. I don't know if I'm going to have time to add the squirrel, but I would like to. somewhere. And with this one, we could even, because it's not on top of everything, I'll focus on that sort of depth of field flavor in a little bit. Yeah, I agree, Thunguns. I would like to, but it doesn't quite make sense. It'll just be another thing to distract, so he might have to actually be really subtle if I did put him in. Maybe I could put like in the foreground, just like here, just like ears of something. But it's just like only people on stream would know that that's a squirrel. I don't know. But again, that kind of draws the eye as well, so. And I'd like to do a little bit more of these kind of ones in the background as well. Like they're harvesting. And then even have some of those almost like a swarm of some sort of coming over the, but again, that could draw the eye too much. I don't know. We'll play. We will play. This is just a finalizing the image stream. Got to finish up this plate as well, or this plaid, however you want to say it. Alright, so I kept these separate on multiply layers, because you look how much that actually changes the look and feel of this. Alright, you remove the plaid. I mean, it's okay. This has to all have structure and be believable and blah, blah, blah. But just adding that just adds that extra level of like character. Yeah, I was thinking, I did have him on the shoulder, like holding on as well, which could be cool because if I had him here, I think that's going to be like a last final touch kind of thing. I want to get everything else feeling the way I want it to. And then pause for dogs. Okay, and we're back. I want to get everything sort of structured and feeling the way I want it to, and then we can maybe start adding some of those little nice little touches. And fix this up, because look, it's not even coming out of the gun because I moved him up. So there's just these little things that I've got to tackle, but we've got time. It's only 1 p.m. Oh my goodness, we've got the whole day ahead of us. Maybe you can add a crack on the ground created by the axe. Yeah, I was thinking like I wanted to have a piece of wood here, whereas like maybe just like a hint of like a log or something, but even then I think that's too much going on in the foreground. So I might even just imply that he's either just held on to his axe because he's like mid hitting something, or I think it works the way it is at the moment. Yes, stun guns. Like here, for example, not having them white. If you look at the values of these ones, and we just take the value of even the brightest, like not even the highlight, but the brightest tooth compared to like almost white, which is say like the clouds. Look how dark that is. Right? Even his teeth here. Look how dark that is. It's so dark. But it's all relative, right? Even the shadow side of the teeth, that's even darker. So same deal with the eyes. Not having them stark white can really help sell the realism, I guess you could say, of how they're sitting in 3D space with that particular lighting. Dang, I'm doing only a black and white drawing. Yeah, we'll make them like grey, or like a little bit lighter grey, depending on the light source. I don't know what your light source is looking like. Now, one thing I'm noticing here as well, what could be just a nice little touch, is so we've got all these, and I just noticed this with Ryan's drawing. You've got some of these leaves where you've got the light hitting them, and you've got some of that subsurface scattering, which is beautiful, but you've also got some leaves in the shadow, right? Now he's going to be casting a shadow. Potentially, I mean, we could even, let's experiment. So we've got these trees here. Let's add a multiply layer. Let's grab kind of like a blue. Maybe he's casting a shadow on these trees here. So this is the shadow that he's casting. Maybe that works, maybe it doesn't. Oh no, where did the leaves go? There's too many layers. Okay, and then to keep consistency, some of these leaves are actually in shadow because he's covering up the light source on some of those leaves as well, maybe. Kind of grounds the piece even more a little bit, I think. If we zoom out, whoop, and we toggle it off, toggle it on, yeah, I think that's a good thing. But then these are going to change, all these speculars. Oh well, got to do what we got to do, right? I mean, there are some things that are off with this, definitely, but it's kind of too late to mess around with it too much. Oh, black and white, not grey. Get you. Yeah, I'd have to see the piece to give you real sort of real idea. But even some of these like occlusion shadows, having those as the dark parts, and not drawing in like the in-betweens of the teeth as like dark. Like I wouldn't come here and make these lines dark. I would kind of make them, I'd group them all as one shape potentially. If this is, oh, good point. There is no warm-up. The warm-up's done at the moment. The warm-up is over. My apologies. Good call, Mark. Yeah, we're into the main event now. Sorry, I got excited. Okay. And then I might even come here, say with like the screen layer mode, then do something similar to what Ryan's done here. Like only put some of the light on these key sort of like edges. They might even be more desaturated a little bit. And then on the edge of those sort of lighter bits of the leaves, we can come in with a little bit of the shout out Ross Draws. A little bit of that colour dodge. Just on the edge there maybe. Maybe. I don't know if that makes sense or not. We'll play around with that after we've got the gist of where I want it to go. Victoria, have you ever found yourself disliking your work 80% of the way, but since you've spent all this time on it, do you start a new one or just push to finish the current one even though you don't like it anymore? That's kind of what I was feeling with this one, to be honest. I wasn't liking this, like when I was working on it by myself and really knuckling down and saying, okay, got to get this finished. I wasn't liking how it was, what was working about it. So I didn't restart the whole thing. I basically redrew this whole guide because here was the issue. I identified the main issue with the piece, and then I just had to restart it, that one section. Thankfully, I didn't have to restart the whole thing. But yeah, that happens all the time with me, where I'm not happy with it, but then pushing through. One, I learn more. I learn a heck of a lot more with pushing through and trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong, or what I did wrong, versus just throwing it away, you know? But yeah, it happens to me all the time. Very rare is it where I just hit it first shot and I'm like super happy with the whole thing. And on those days, I celebrate and I enjoy the process even more because it's just nice. That's too much texture there. We'll just leave that as a flat maybe and come back to that later. I can't love food. I saw your first YouTube video, not live stream, but the 20-something video. It's amazing. Great editing and teaching. I've got to rewatch it for the 3rd time. That's awesome. No, I appreciate it. Actually, it only goes for 8 minutes. It's just a little 8-minute video. And yeah, my first little foray into YouTube. I guess I can be called a YouTuber now. So, no, that's I'm glad to hear that you're getting something out of it because that was the point of doing it. So, that's awesome. The warm-up thun guns were these today. So we did a couple of color study warm-ups, value study, and a little stylized sketch of that guy. I really like this guy, so I think I might take him further, maybe in another stream. So you notice I'm zooming in and out, trying to look for places that I can make it better. Even just this, like having a little bit of that. That's too bright. Even a bit of that highlight here on the edge can be blue because it's reflecting that skylight a little bit more, where it's got a bit of pitting on the old axe there. But I should really be focusing on the larger topics, the larger issues at hand. Okay. So I've refined the leaves a little bit more. I might even So we've got this lumberjack here. I'll duplicate him, throw this lumberjack copy in archive, so I've got the layered version. Then I'm just going to merge him down onto one layer, so he's going to be a lot easier to work with now, so I can just straight up paint and make adjustments where I want and just refine as I go. Oh, I think I've done a mistake as well. Let's undo everything. Go back, 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 go back. Okay. So we've got all the... I want to keep the plaid separate. So keep that on top. So then I can refine that a little bit easier, because that'll be a little bit tricky to... It'll just be faster, it's more efficient. But apart from that, I can just come in and start refining some of these shapes. Oh, you're making a pilot called Dylan and Friends. Very cool, man. What's that about? You see here, this is kind of ambiguous at the moment. It's like what's in front, what's behind. So I'd like to clean that up a bit. Get a little bit of clarity in these shapes here. Do the old flip. Keeping in mind that light source. Maybe it's time to add back that transfer. And I like to also have less of a diameter difference so that I can have some more control. And I'm going to adjust my pen tablet settings because they reset every time. I'm trying out hardness, so bumping it all the way up so that I can get real subtle transitions without trying super hard. Like even here, just like blending is a little bit easier just with that pen pressure. It's not so much of a stark, like put the line down and then it's like bam. I might even just make this like a chunk of hair here that goes into that. That is a little bit distracting, so we might knock that back. Might even make it shorter. That's just a shorter clump of hair. We don't want to have the tangents. We want his eyebrows to be shown because that's a big part of his expression. This shape in here, so we've got his little sideburns. Just clarifying some of these shapes. I still want it painterly though, so it's I'm not going full render. You see I'm keeping a lot of these nice marks here. This could even do with a little bit of deeper shadows underneath the nose there. And there's the cast shadow from his hair and his ear. Which should have a little bit of this subsurface along the edge. Cleaning up this ear as well. You know what I'm getting? My thinking is going on overdrive. My voice goes low. And less expressive because I'm trying to figure it out. It's even just that. Just cleaning up some of this. A little bit of this could do with just a bit of clarity around the ear. And no one's looking at it this close either. This is for me. This is just so I know when I get the issue sent to me, I don't have a panic attack where I know the ear was messy. Not a healthy way to be, but it is where I'm at the moment, so we'll work through it. Alright. Roy, I come from a representational art background also. What are some things that help you move from human proportions to exaggerated proportions? Simplified shapes is the biggest thing for me, because you can manipulate simple shapes a lot easier than complex shapes, right? So that was one thing that really, really helped. Because yeah, I was doing representational art for a long time. I still like to from time to time. It's fun. Just to sort of flex that muscle a little bit. So theoretically, if that is casting shadow, then these aren't going to have any of those highlights. So we can keep some consistency in our thinking there. Maybe just have that a little bit of a brighter edge, as if the skylight is illuminating it. Or we just have some artistic license and we just throw them back in there because they look better. There's that as well. I mean, this isn't 100% correct with the light source or anything like that, but it's close enough, right, to do the job. Even give them another little flyaway hair here, just to add a little bit of something. think about this, let's clean up this shape here. Even just some of these scratchy shapes, it's just nice to clean up some of them, get a bit of clarity, and it's going to look better once you lay that plate over the top. That plaid plate, however you want to say it. You know what I'm talking about. Draws too much attention, so we'll knock that back. Clean up some of these sketchy lines. In archive, old mate is still on. Yep, now he's off. Now we can clean up some of these. Let's clean up some of this as well. I want to bring his arm hair back a little bit as well. Appreciate you, Clutzy. See you soon, Ton Guns. Thun Guns, good idea. But I won't. I'll let it slide. Big Masol, do you know 3D modeling and or are you interested in learning it? 100% I'm interested in learning it. I know a little bit of it. But yeah, 3D sculpting more so. I'm really interested in diving deeper. Now this is an opportunity to add a bit of contrast because this is our focal point. Right, so we can add a bit of shadow in there maybe. Might not make sense. Whoop. Let's get rid of the play just for a moment. So now it looks like that is like glowing, glowing, which I like. Cool, I think we can clean up this beard shape as well a little bit. So I'm thinking about with these hairs, just like chunking them again into sections. Have that initial big clump of hair, and then just sort of separating them where it makes sense. Ah, sorry, Big Masad. Yeah, there is a bit of a delay. We can definitely clean up some of these shapes in here. So even just that, it really draws the eye. And it just cleans things up a little bit more. Still want that painterly look though. I'm drawing on a screen one, but I'm using it as a screenless tablet. Because I like the larger screen. But every stream I will mention Wacom. I'm here. If you want to send me that nice little 27-inch 4K new thing that you got going on, you know where to find me. I'm just putting it out into the universe. I will review the shit out of that one. Gladly. Because that would be awesome. It would be a luxury just to like draw directly on. And I wonder if it would speed up the workflow. I don't know. But I've seen some like bigger, more well-known artists actually just use the pen tablet because they think it's easier. And they have the big, whatever, Cintiqs and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know. Because they're like $5,000. And it's just like, ay. Vicky and Andrew, do you like doing lives on YouTube? I do. They're a highlight of my week. I love just having you guys pop in, keep me company. It's good fun. It's not efficient though. That's one thing I've noticed. So I have to, if I have like a deadline, which I do for this one, I could have got this finished like weeks ago, but because I kept it up with this stream schedule, it yeah, it wasn't the best idea, but I'm glad I did it though. It's cool. So the next sort of character challenge or like 3-word challenge is just going to be from me, and I won't have any sort of deadlines with it or anything. Durft, welcome. Chibi, imagine there are a big artist out there saying that I use my 27-inch Cintiq for a door stopper. Oh man. I will trade with them. I will buy them a door stopper that would be way more efficient as a door stopper, and they can give me their 27-inch Cintiq. That would be lovely. It's the 4K one that is like the very appealing one to me, because it's just the great resolution to work at. But this screen I'm looking at the moment is like a 5K screen. So that's why I like to work with it, and it's bigger. Alright, what else can we do? Let's clean up this side of it as well. There's going to be a little bit of that reflected light. I actually like the simplicity of the feet, or of the shoes back there, because it's so far in the background. We can just shape them up and make them a little bit more 3D, I think, and then we can call it a day for those ones. So I'm kind of just bouncing around at the moment. Roy, would you share some of the skills or the path you took to make this move? After 14 years, realism has lost its appeal and only do it for work. I'm very interested in this genre. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. You've got an advantage because if you've been studying realism for so long, you know what looks right and what doesn't, right? So your eye is probably well attuned to some of these forms and getting them to look a certain way. It's obviously when it comes down to practice and using that stylization muscle, because the more that you use it, the better you're going to get at it. I also use style reference. So start gathering reference of artists that you really do enjoy the look of, because that's going to be your taste, right? So start getting a lot of different references, but because you've got some background in art and you know how to draw and that kind of stuff, start breaking down why they're making certain decisions. Like, where are they putting the shadows? Where are they sort of exaggerating certain features? And particularly if you wasn't doing any sort of imaginary work, start to understand, even in your more realistic work, what's happening with the light source, because all these forms we're inventing at the moment. These aren't realistic. I don't have a one-to-one reference to base my decisions off of. So starting to understand the whys of things was a huge helper for me. Like, why have I got this shape of bright value here? Well, it's because the sunlight is coming through this way, right? Okay, what happens on this particular type of material when light hits this? Well, there's oftentimes a more saturated band of color in the transition between the light and the shadow, and that happens with a lot of other materials as well. So it's that kind of stuff. It's understanding more so the why, because we're inventing all these things. We're not copying one-to-one. Copying one-to-one is a completely different skill set. Not completely, but it's a very different skill set than this sort of stuff. But yeah, ask any like specific questions I can help out with. The more general questions is kind of hard, because it's like there's a lot of different ways you can go about doing this stuff. Now there's some ambiguity right here, which I want to get rid of. So I want to make this clear that this is a piece of hair and this is his shirt. We can do that with shadow underneath here as well. Right, and then his shirt is going to be hit by the light source, so there's that. Oh, we've got the plaid as well, which will help. The plaid, whatever the pattern, the shirt pattern. See how that just makes, so this is like an occlusion shadow, right? So the light is going to find it really hard to get in here, in between that sort of border between the skin and the shirt. So we can throw that in there, darken that right up, which just adds more three-dimensionality, I guess you could say, as well. And we've got like the shadow here. Even here, this thumb could be darkened down a little bit more as well. bit of this light of the sky onto this wood here. Even makes sense to do a little bit of that here as well. This can be darkened right down. I appreciate you, Panda. Duncan, I did love that super quick squirrel head you put in earlier. If you add in the bushy tail, you can totally sell it with just a silhouette, as it is the most foreground element. Very true. Very true. Sugar Beats, hello. I was gone for a bit. Had to do some time traveling. Ooh. You're posting art. Very good. That's what I like to hear. Duncan, you could perhaps use the tail to help direct the eye to the focal point. That's a good idea. I reckon I'll play around with that a little bit later. The things that are sticking out to me now are these ground elements in here, because these are all helping direct the eye as well, I guess. This is all assumption. Again, this isn't, I'm still learning a lot of this compositional stuff, but like these ones are sort of gonna be directing the eye a little bit. This is what I want to work on though. Just clean up some of these here. See if you've even got some of the pencil marks still in there. I'm gonna get rid of them. So I'll just do that. Bada bing, bada boom. Pencil marks be gone. Curve that around a little bit maybe. I appreciate it, Duncan. Oh, you're a part of it as well. You helped me out with some of these tools that I knew nothing about. So I appreciate it, man. Because this local color is blue and the sunlight is warmer, that light is going to mix with that blue color. It's going to make more sense to have that as a little bit more of a saturated purple. As the light side for this strap. no one's going to be looking at this either. So why I'm zooming in so much, I don't know. No worries, Roy. Have you experimented with lost edges on non-important information similar to the reference you have in the top left? Yes, I have. I'm still getting better at this stuff myself as well. So there's a lot of things that, like techniques and whatnot, that I want to play around with. The more so, I would use the lost edges almost in a value sense. So you've got these background elements here, like you've got a tree line back here that's separate to the back. Those could, I guess, using lost edges, but just using value instead of, say, like blurring them out or using the smudge tool or something like that. That's how I would, at least in this kind of style, I would utilize that kind of lost edge technique. But again, I would look at your favorite artist, stylized artist, and see what they do. See if you can sort of emulate some of their work. I think these have to go up in value. This purple. Be a bit brighter because the sun is hitting it pretty heavily. So that's one thing that really stuck with me, is having more saturation in my work. Because with realism, it's oftentimes very, very muted, which is cool. It makes it look more realistic, but you want to like have fun with it, right? And push these colors and these values and saturation and all that fun stuff a little bit more than what's in reality. So even that transition, like I'm looking at this bloody loop of the belt buckle thing. This transition is going to be saturated. Like the saturation is going to be a little bit more as it goes into the darkest darks. It's not just going to be a darker version of that light source. It's all about the properties of that, whatever you call it, the belt. And even as it rolls away from the light source, it's got a little bit of that going on as well. Travis, is this series always going to be live on Sundays? I would hate to miss the next one. Yeah, look, that's my schedule I've got going on now. My Monday, wherever you're at, Sunday, we'll be doing this just to keep that consistency up. See how it now looks like a kind of like a blue object being hit by an orange light, even though we've got purples in there and all sorts of stuff. Slowly coming together. Now this is going to be in shadow, so this is going to be, it's metallic, so it's going to be very reflective. We don't want it to draw the eye to it necessarily, so just got to be a bit careful there. Shadow just here. And because it's reflective, it's going to catch all the reflections of its surroundings, right? So it's going to have a little bit of this going on, bit of the light from the sky. Just gives it a little bit of dimension, a little bit of realism on the material. Don't want to spend forever on it. It'll do. And then we can darken this right in here. No one's ever going to look that close at it though. Same would happen underneath here. We can even make it more dynamic or more realistic, because these legs it might be going back, so these legs could actually cast a shadow, just to give that little bit of like, okay, this thing's interacting with this character. Even here as well, could like cross over a little bit. And maybe this could be like full fantasy, where these turn into wings. Probably not, but the option's there, because we're making all this stuff up. There are no rules. Be kind of silly, I think, but I have been known to be silly. You never know. so let's color pick some of what we did over here. Alright, because this is going to be looking at here, or looking at, but it's going to have a bit of that influence of that light source from here, same as these straps. Way too much, so I might just go a layer on top. See if I can hit this line. Actually, is it because it's flipped that it's not? Yeah, better. So we can just add in that. Way too strong, that's fine. We can have that sort of like taper off. And see if I can hit this line. Something like that ish. Well, not perfect, but it'll do. And then we can knock that down, or even do like a overlay screen. Screen's gonna probably make more sense. Then we can merge that in, and we can clean it up. This might have a little bit of it, but just like ever so slightly. It's not as dark. So these are just a little icing on the cake sort of thing. Roy, I like the background music and support it. Oh, like background music. Like the background. Like the background and the supporting elements. Yeah. Like with the lost edges. Yeah, definitely. I'm going to take all this away in a second, just refine some of the background as well. Zane, welcome. Time for the icing on the cake. Oh, just like I mentioned before. Yeah, the icing on the cake. Do you have your next pieces all lined up or know what you'll be doing for the next stream? No, I don't. I don't have much planned up until after this week because just all my deadlines are hitting this week. And I got a wedding on the weekend, so my big chunk of work day over the weekend is going to be taken up with that. So I'm just trying to get past this week. And yeah, we'll see. We'll figure something out. Maybe it's another 3-word prompt. I don't know. Maybe we go into anatomy. Maybe we go into color. It's all, who knows? Michael, hey, I love your work. Thank you so much, Michael. Welcome. I always watch your recorded streams while I draw, but I managed to catch you live this time. Awesome. Great to have you, man. Great to have you. All right, I reckon I might break now. Just have a little breather. Because we've been getting in the weeds. Speaking of weeds, I need to figure out this stuff down here. But I kind of like it a little bit loose, a little bit sketchy. Like not everything's super perfectly polished. I like that from a time perspective. Like it's not... yeah, it's not going to take me forever to finish this thing. But it's almost finished. It's almost there. The background music give me Disney vibes. Yeah, I know. This is meant to be punk. This is like G-rated punk. Emperor, are we also invited to the wedding? No, it's not my wedding. It's a mate from high school. So it'll be fun. So we'll see how I'm feeling on the Monday stream. Could get a pretty crazy. Maybe not actually. I don't know. Give us another hat spin. Just for you, wannabe hero. Just for you. I did get that script. Yeah. Yeah, I found out another way to do it actually. And I might have a play around with it a bit later on because I need it on a particular element. But thanks for that, man. That was good. Dang. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's just assess. Let's sit back. If you've been drawing for a long time, now's the opportunity to take a break. If you're stressing about what you're drawing, don't. It's all gonna work out. It'll be fine. Now let's assess. I would really like just like a little checklist next to here of what we need to work on. Maybe I'll do that in my warm-up. So old mate here is looking at the checklist. So we got bushes. Then what do we have? Leaves. Is that how you spell leaves? Leaves. I don't know. I draw, I don't spell. Clouds. I want to do some adjustments on the clouds. I might cut this stream a little bit shorter so then I can get cracking on the tutorial side of things, because that's just going to be a lot of boring. Me going through layers and figuring out what to do. I think I can leave this here because I can pretend that there's another tree behind here that's going to be casting reflected light onto him, so that's fine, and it doesn't look wrong. So if it doesn't look wrong, I'm fine to keep it. What else? And squirrel, maybe. Squirrel. Squirrel. Big question mark. And maybe clean up the pants. Pants and shoes. I can't wait to do the next one of these because I don't know about my restrictions with the contract on what I can share, but I'd love to do like a sketch note on one of these. I'd love to do like a reel and even like a proper YouTube video. Like just really allow me to go deep instead of me just doing it and just sort of thinking out loud in a more unstructured way. I sort of really break it down. That could be kind of cool. Nah, my pleasure, Roy. My pleasure. And thank you. Leaves is good. Thank you, Mark. Have fun cracking on the tutorial. I hope it... Sugar beets, where are you from? You buddy, you in the outback, are you? You from down under? Oh God. What else do we want to do here? Any suggestions? on what you can see that needs attention. I don't want to overwork it though. I think there is a risk of like overworking the thing. Let's throw his plaid back. Ah, plaid. Got to finish the plaid. Speaking of, I've been binging Queer Eye. Have any of you seen that? It's fucking hilarious. I love that show. Jonathan is my favorite. So let's maybe have this here so we can always see it. Move the color bit out the way. Move Pure Ref out the way. I love Pure Ref, but it can be a pain in the ass sometimes. Like that. It just moves everything. Where'd my... Oh, okay. So I think I need to pop this one out as well. So we got so much going on here. That kind of looks cool. I don't know why, like him just looking at that. Alien boosters. Kangaroo, blah, blah, blah. You know us Aussies. That's how she could be. She got it down. Yeah, alien boosters, glow, yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea as well. So the boosters are going to be an interesting one because I kind of just want this glow of like blue here to kind of play off of the sky. But there might be something like some of the light source hitting some of these, because it's all in shadow, some of this shrubbery here. So we might even throw boosters. Boosters. Bobby does the most best work. Bobby Chu, is that who you're talking about? I love his work. He's fantastic. I would love to make it out to Lightbox eventually as well. I think it's in October. So we'll see. That'll be awesome. Oh, changing that. Yeah, Shadow Under the Alien. I was playing around with that, but it does draw the eye a little bit too much. I think I can do it subtly and add in a little bit of that, so that's cool. Thank you, Sugar Beats. Alien shadow, and then adjust. What do we call this? A vortex, maybe. VTX for short. That thing to line up with the gun. Oh. And then I want to, it's another thing. Now I'll start writing these things down. Play around with the exposure of the background. Exposure slash bokeh. You need more Aussie words. Well, another staple is see you next Tuesday, but I don't think that's appropriate. Also know some more Aussie words. Flaming galah. There you go, Sugar Beats. Yeah, galahs. I saw some galahs on my walk yesterday. Flamin'. Yeah, that's another one. Uru. As in goodbye when you're on the phone. Roy, your leading lines are great. Really carries you through the composition. Thanks, Roy. Yeah, that's something I was really focusing on because it's not something I was used to thinking about. But that was from the get-go. Even in the little thumbnails is something that I was trying to get feeling right. Ah, good sugar beets. You can't say that. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I mean, I could see, like if I saw you last Tuesday, I'd say I'll see you next Tuesday. If I'm seeing you tomorrow, because it's Monday here. So, what's another one? Shrimp on the barbie. No one says shrimp. We don't say shrimp here. It's called a prawn. Okay, that was propaganda from whenever that ad came out. Put another shrimp on the barbie. I don't think I've ever had shrimp from the barbie yet. Anyway, I don't think I've ever eaten that. I love prawns. Prawns just in general are fantastic, but shrimp or prawns on the barbecue, I don't know. It's just a waste of barbecue space. Vegemite, wombat. Now you're just naming things. Prawn on a Barbie doll. There you go. There's an illustration. What else? So this is my break. Actually, I should say that this is break time, just to be clear for new people coming in. We're just chatting at the moment. I think it's good to do this as well, just to chill out, just for a uno momento. Break time. Chat. There's no comma there, so it's not break time chat, it's break time chat. Yeah, righto. Yep, that's a good one. Yeah, you've been here for a while, Duncan. You know what's going on. Yeah, righto. Like when you see a big bug, what do you say? Oh, get out of here. Oh, see you next Tuesday. That's what I say. You little see you next Tuesday. I'm naming Australian things true. True. If we're being real, that's what I'd say. Or I'd say, fuck. That's not, it's just in my accent. BFW. What's BFW? Oh, I can't think of what that stands for. Can you be a little bit more descriptive? Maybe? So for those just joining, we're on break time chat and we're talking about Australian words. What else? I'm just thinking about what I say. We say servo, as in the service station or the gas station in the States. So just popping up the servo. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. There's a few of them. This is the cat's pajama. I don't know if that's Australian. The bee's knees. The cat's meow. I should have like a little timer. Crikey. Yeah, I don't say that. Really. I feel like that's like an older person thing. Maybe an older Australian person thing to say. Struth is another one. Yeah. No, that was a good one, Mark. Let's see if we can get like a timer, just so people aren't like, what in the fuck are they on about? Count down timer. I think Google should just have one. Oh no. What is this? Back from the 90s. 5 more minutes for our break time chat. Ugh. Can we get it back? There we go. Ben in 20 years would say crikey. Maybe. Gee whiz. That's what I always say. Yeah, I can't think of... We always put like O's at the end of stuff. Like a bottle shop where you buy alcohol, we say it's a bottle O. Servo. What else? Catch you later, Dylan. Heavens to Betsy. That sounds very English. Which my mum's English, so I've got a bit of that as well. I can technically have dual citizenship, which is cool. I could be both English or maybe even European, have that passport, and Australian passport as well, which is cool. Because of me mum. You could add some sort of texture or noise sort of overlay on the ground soil that would help sell the distance and texture. Very good idea. Very, very good idea. I like that. Some sort of grain or something. Yeah, it's just that real balance now. We don't want to move the eye away too much from what's going on. So we can do like, maybe that's just an overall thing of just texture. I can't help myself either. I'm getting back into it. Texture. Let's go. Back of the timer. What part of England? That's a good question. Off the top of my head, I don't know. She's told me probably many times. I can't remember. But she came over here when she was quite young, so they recently went back there a couple of years ago for a visit. Pip pip. Tally ho. All right. So, what's first on the list? Bushes. All right, let's figure out these foreground ones. What I'm going to do. Rob Ruppel. That's who I want to reference because he does awesome texture work. There is one in particular, even with these clouds, like here, with this foliage. I love to do city. Oh, I don't want Facebook. Get out of here. Let's just go Pinterest, hey? Rob Ruppel. Yeah, even this stuff. Throw that in there. I really want to do like cityscapes as well. I think they're so fascinating. And then being able to add characters into those scenes, I think would be awesome. Oh, this is nice. Just as a general. Yulin Lee, beautiful work. Oh, I saw another one that I liked as well. Look at that. Jorge Molina. Don't know if that's who uploaded it, so I'm not sure if that's their that's their work. But see, this is the danger of going onto Pinterest. Let's have a look. I'm looking at trying to find some of his foliage work. Maybe if I click on that one that I really liked. Oh, even this. Just seeing his breakdown is sick. I'll just add that there just for a little bit of inspo. Enough of this song. No, it is what it is, whatever. Yeah, like here, working with the foreground and background elements. But this is Tiziano Zhao. That's nice. Saw another one that I liked. But I don't want to get too... I don't want to go changing a whole bunch of stuff, because that's the danger. It's like, oh, this could be better, this could be better, this could be... It can always be better. Alright, I think I can glean some stuff from what I've got already. So let's get cracking with it. Like even some of this text is beautiful, like just the color variation, even the clouds. Oof. So if we can even just get like a minuscule amount of this sort of stuff. But mine's less textural, it's more like deliberate with the shapes. It's more like the shape language is more sort like rounder edges kind of thing. So we can play around with that as well. Okay, posture, better posture. We're out of whatever that's called, break mode. Okay, so there's going to be shadows here, but we don't want them to overpower. So let's try some of the, and they're all in, some of them are in shadow themselves as well. So we're going to do multiply and just add in some shadows maybe. I might keep it just as sketchy and scratchy as this. I want to remove the transfer as well. I think that could be helpful. Just so it's just flat shapes. And then we can layer them later on. Can even put like more of a blue tinge on these because they are in shadow, but parts of them aren't, so we can play around with that. But at the same time, we don't want to be messing around too much with the eye. I want to keep that, excuse me, the direction of the foliage as well. Just gives it a little bit of something, a little bit of zhuzh. So even that, just adding a little bit of that shadow helps a lot, I think. Got to figure out this. That kind of opens it up a little bit though, removing that. But then it's kind of ambiguous as to what's going on here. So maybe we push that right in the background even more. There. And then we could darken that up to frame him a little bit more. Yep. Don't hate that. Don't hate that at all. And then we can, whoop, no, not colorize it. Make it a little bit bluer. Then even with all of these, we'll go the old multiply, get some of the blue sky color and just give a little wash over them all. So they're there, they're breaking the silhouette of that shadow on the ground. And then I can come over the top, maybe with like a screen layer where some of these are getting hit by the light source. It might be a little bit too much. I might not do that. I think I've got to be a little bit more deliberate with my shapes as well. The issue is that they're brighter than the actual ground, so we can just... It gives that indication of not everything is in shadow. Can be a bit distracting though. Knock them down just a tad. Yeah, that'll do. Mark, I usually have the stereotypical phrases on hand, but today it's just not happening. I chalk it up to being too early here. Ah, did she? How cool. Duncan, I was back in October and the place is a disaster. You are lucky she moved to Oz. Sugar Bees, I'm feeling groovy and far out. Bloody hell, there you go. I really am, Duncan, yeah. There's something about, because that's my favorite time of day. Like if I'm working in the city or, yeah, I love that like twilight light source that comes down and just sort of hits the buildings. It's, yeah. Ah, yeah, Sugar Beets. I saw a couple of galahs on my walk. That's about it. Do you ever use the patch tool to help with blends? No. Are we going into more tool exploration? What's the patch tool? I've got no clue. Yeah, Marky, I do know that. I did a little bit manually there just for a brief moment. Now what I'm seeing, one thing I'm seeing here with these legs in particular and this shoe, all this back here is going to be a light source, right? So that's going to lighten up all of this side of the shoes. We'll add the transfer back on. Right, even the pant leg. That's going to be all lit or have some sort of reflection underneath. Sorry. Excuse me. Even this here. The bottom of this boot. Right, so that just gives them just that tiny bit of dimension, but it's based in quote unquote reality of our scene. Could even do a little bit of this to delineate that this is his bum. But there's some crossover. Ah, okay, spot healing. Patch tool, what on earth? Okay, let's find a place to patch tool. This seems like a good candidate. What does it do? What? I'm not entirely sure what I'd use it for, but that's kind of cool. I wonder, say if I come here, just to give some like variety, we're going way, not way, but a little bit off of our goals of our checklist here, but that's okay. It just gives, whoa, okay, maybe not. It's doing some weird stuff. Nah. Yeah, cool. Now I'll play around with that. Okay, I like how these little bits of whatever's are feeling at the moment. So that was, there's a weird thing happening. Oh, we've got two aliens here. Maybe there's like, he's got like a twin and they're like, like two of them. Let's, what am I trying to say? Okay, so I've got that on a separate layer. So this is another alien copy 30 set 23 whatever. Put them in archive just to clean it up a little bit. Okay, so let's do a quick, so we've got the anti-gravity. That right there can be moved. Whoa. Nope. I want the little spiral thing. So I think that's all of these. Yeah, so all of this, group that, and then move it. It's gonna work. What do you, why? Okay, there we go. So we move that to fit. That's coming out of the gun. So we might have to do a little bit of shenanigans to persuade it away from that tree. I mean, it could even cross over that belt. It would have to do it deliberately. It would have to be very clear, sorry. But that could be a good tool, actually, to show more depth. So let's try that. So if we had that coming over the top of that thingamabob, and then put the anti-gravity stuff over old mate Lumberjack here, the alien and the anti-gravity, does that affect anything? No. What it does is it crosses it over. I think we need to be even more deliberate with it. So we warp that bad boy. Bad boy. Right, and then we've got to do some effects to kind of make it feel like it's warping behind. So what I would do here is actually take some of this color and bring it into that, and then even something like this. Maybe even grab some of this red in here just as like a reflection, maybe. I might even have that behind it even more so we can see it cross over. So what we can do there, let's do that. Let's copy him, let's throw him in archive. Then we grab this one here, all the way around. And let's be deliberate with our crossovers and our T intersections. Kind of looks cool. I think I've got to do a little bit of finessing to make it not so, maybe like brighten it up a little bit. How's this bootleg Blitzkrieg Bob again? Or the Blitzkrieg Bob? I think that is almost a little bit too distracting with the red in there. Gives it more dimension. I like it. We'll just have to cut it out a little bit. Maybe have this cloud behind it. Yeah. Don't hate it. But really, we might even want this to hook around somehow the legs. So how is he actually being captured by the whirlwind of whatever? It's weird. It's like, how do you capture like invisibility? You know, like how do you show that? I think this can even be cut in a little bit here. Just a smidge. Yeah, that's better. So it's like warping a little bit. No, you're all good, man. You're all good. Copy details quickly or blend some harsh areas, for example. Awesome. No, I like that. I can't love food. It's 12 p.m. here. Have a great time. I have to go. Catch you later. Great to have you on stream. No, that's awesome, Duncan. Probably the sun, sugar beets. That's one. If I don't go outside, which happens more often than I'd like to admit, it's not good. It's not a good time. So this is kind of like yeah, how do you show anti-gravity? It could be like a more of a tube thing where it has a bit of this reflection of him somehow. I don't know. But I think keeping it loose like this is fine. I'm cool with that. Just have to... No. Warp this a little bit, I think, just to get it feeling like, yeah, that's going back in space. That's cool. That's better. would like to clean up that shape there. It's annoying me. And this one here. And this one here. Let's just clean up these shapes. Make them a little bit more deliberate. Okay. All right. Well, where did our list go? So bushes, I think we crossed that off. They will do. Bam. Leaves. Okay. Now I wanted to experiment with. So what have we got here? We've got the background. We've got archive. We don't need that at the moment. We have old mate. Lumberjack, anti-gravity, and we have the alien. Oh, I did have that idea, didn't I? Of having remove that and having this kind of shadow on his arm crossing over. Let's play around with that idea. Does that work? Does it not? I don't know. I can kind of take it or leave it. I don't mind either way, really. Could even be further up. Nah, I reckon leave it. Leave it. This whole thing's behind him. We'll just say that. Would you hate the idea of adding an ocean ripple filter on that thing? Definitely not. I actually want to do that here somehow for his little thingamabobs. Talk to me about these filters, Duncan. I reckon I'll leave this sketchy here. But down here I want some like how it would like distort the background. That could be cool. But first, just before I get into that, whoa. See, this is cool. This is the threshold. So this shows me what's in focus. So these two things are in focus. And so is this tree, which is fine. So it's not too ambiguous. But this guy could be a little bit further pushed back value-wise as well, which could be helpful. I've already played around a little bit with having some of these leaves in the foreground maybe. Let's do them again though. And let's do a quick cleanup of the file. So we'll go scripts, delete all empty layers. Hopefully that gives Photoshop a little bit of something to play with. A little bit of memory back. Music has stopped, so we need to go back. R&B and soul, there we go. Oh yeah. Filter gallery distort, awesome. I'll have a play around with that. Very little sun, still winter. Only had sun for today for the first time. Yeah, so for that, when it's winter here, I want to get outside for a little bit longer than I usually would if it's not super sunny. Because there's some like scientific stuff around why that can affect your mood and all that sort of stuff as well. No, that's an old be back in 5 minutes. We'll get rid of that. Those are my sketches. We've got that little leaf there. Cool. So let's make a new group and call this like leaf effects. Right, so maybe just draw some solid shapes. Yeah, get rid of transfer just for now. This may or may not work, I don't know. This could look good, it could look terrible, who knows. What I'm going to do is I'm going to utilize the power of, what am I utilizing the power of? What's it called? Depth of field. These look too same, so I'm just going to flip this one maybe. And this guy might have a bit of the back of the leaf showing. Alright, I just want to test it out really. And then we'll go to blur. I think it's motion blur. Oh no, because it's alpha locked, that's not going to work. Filter, blur, motion blur. Get the right as if they're moving super fast. I mean, it looks kind of cool. We might have to do this on an individual leaf by leaf basis. So add them all to their own layer. Alright, so this front one, blur, motion blur. I want it to be kind of going kind of in that direction. I want it to be going kind of blur, motion blur, this one. Not so much, maybe in that direction. This one. I'd love it if there was like a squirrel. That's not, I don't think the squirrel is going to happen, to be honest. I don't have the mental capacity right now. I'm kind of slowing down a little bit to add more elements and try and make him fit. motion blur. This direction. I don't know how much it gives to the piece though, to be perfectly honest. It's kind of cool. I think we can utilize a bit of that. And then maybe with the depth of field of the background, so if we wanted to test that out really quick, I could just, so that whole background, so what I'd have to do is separate the foreground elements from the background, which is cool. It's just going to take a little bit of finagling. Yeah, I think that would look better darker. You're right, Duncan. Ben, do you use threshold just to check the image once in a while, or do you actually add it to the image? Yeah. No, it's just to check. This is one that I got from a little trick I got from Sam Nielsen. So it just shows where the highest contrast is really. So it just crushes all the values into a 2-value filter, so you can see where the attention's going to be. So we can see a little bit of this background is going to be in focus, which is fine because I've got a little story going on here with the truck, which I'm okay with. I might adjust it a little bit, but I don't actually put that over the top of anything. It's just for checking, if that makes sense. All right, so what have we got here? So this is the good thing and the bad thing of using a bunch of layers is you can't always remember what you've used and what you don't use. Oh, I had those sort of picket things there. Now we can get rid of those. They draw the eye too much. Or do I just... Do I keep them? Do I throw them? Yeah, bugger it. Didn't have them before. It doesn't make any difference. Okay, so that foliage is there. We've got these ones, so we can kind of group these all into maybe like middle ground. What about this one? So these, yeah, we can group all these ones. Oh, we can group this one into middle ground as well, I think. Does that change anything? What did that do? And all these background elements with the truck and everything. I think we just group those all as their own thing. Oh, there's a... Yeah, this is the tricky part once you just go ham with all the layers. And you don't name any of the layers as well. You've got to try and bloody figure out what the heck is going on. So you've got the sky and everything. Yep, let's go with that. Bam, almost. Where's this guy? Okay, he's... Nope, he should go there? No, where's this? He should go in front of this guy. Why isn't he in front of this guy? Ah, because we've got here. All right, that makes sense. That's fine. It's got most of the middle ground here. Got some of those little foliage bits and pieces. Those can go in the middle ground as well. And then we've got all the background stuff. Cool. Apologies for the bore. Then we've got this kind of middle-ish ground thing here, and I just noticed that I've got a little smudge that I need to erase right there. Okay, so those are their own things. So let's just call this like the 2 trees. And then this is all the ground, I think. Yeah. So this is ground. And then this is this thing. So I wonder if the ground... can just go below these ones. No, why? Alright, I'm just going to do this. This is jank as anything. So that's all of that, right? I just want to test something out. Actually, I'll take the 2 trees out of it because I don't think that's going to work. 2 trees can get out of this group. That's fine. Okay. Duplicate. Sorry, Photoshop. Now we can try lens blur. You can do it. You can do it. Radius. Something like that maybe. Come on. I have faith in you. You are loved. You are cherished. Nice. So now we've got a bit of that depth of field. And because we've got the background still here, like all the layers and stuff, I can come in with like a soft airbrush and a mask and sort of bring back some of that, let's say, definition in the foreground. Maybe, I'm not entirely sure if I like that or not. But it does push it back a little bit. Now, if we group these 2, duplicate, merge them down into one, then we can start playing with the exposure of the background, so I can start getting levels. And this saves me doing a bunch of detail work on the clouds and stuff. They are just where they are, and it kind of is what it is, which is not a terrible idea. So that lowers, I mean, I don't hate that, where it's a little bit less, but that's going to mess with, maybe I do this as an adjustment layer. So we go to levels, and we just put it on that, and we just play. That makes it clearer, right? We punch the lights, right? So the exposure, you know how you walk outside and everything's just like, whoa. That's kind of the vibe a little bit that I want to just put into there. Just a tad. Right, so it makes it feel a little bit more vibrant, a little bit more realistic in the lighting. And it makes a lot more sense as to why this shadow section is, you can see so much detail with it. And in doing that, let's check our threshold. It knocks back a little bit of this background. See, now these guys are like fully in the foreground. But if we go the opposite way, it makes, and if we just darken it right up, everything, it's like hard to see. So I'm not married to it, but I like a bit of that. Oftentimes find like going too far and then bringing it back to where I think looks good helps. So that's where it is at with the adjustment on it. That's without. With, without, with, without. I could go either way with it, to be honest, but I like it. And then do what Duncan said with the lowering the whatchamacallits of the leaves, the value. I think that could be a tad distracting, but I do like having something in the foreground. This one in particular can be a bit darker, I reckon. It kind of ruins our story here. Kind of. But sometimes you just got to let it go, I guess. Do you ever color your layers, Ben? If I'm living my best life and I'm being really organized, yes, I do. But I haven't been, which is why I'm in a world of hurt right now. But nah, it's all right. Okay, so let's try. I might just turn this off for a sec. Turn the leaves off. And then I want to try this thruster thing. So what that ocean ripple effect. This might actually I'm tossing up between. Let's just see how this effect looks just on something. Right, so we've got the background here. That's what I want it to affect. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to turn off this levels thing just for the time being. I'm going to select a region that I want to give this, what is it, filter gallery. And then what was it? Sponge, underpainting, watercolor, smudge, rough, blah, blah, blah. Oh, was it ocean? Distort. Ocean ripple, that's the one. Cool. Yes, yes, yes. I do like that. What if I want the ripple size bigger? Can I just go like 30? Bam, I can. Oh no. No, Photoshop can't handle that. Haha, that looks sick actually. I really like that. That's wicked. Then we can do some over here. Yep, yep, yep. Good call, Duncan. Bloody good call. Okay. I'll have to do that at the very end, I think, to get it affecting everything. So I might even, if I'm happy with that whole background, more or less. Let's call this like background draft 1. Okay. Bring all of these other backgrounds and everything into archive. Where's my archive gone? Oh, it's in character. So I'm not. Actually, no, I'll leave it as is because I've got to come back through this and do the tutorial, so that's going to screw me up. So I'll duplicate that, merge it all down. Cool. Now we can play. I could even just do the ocean ripple over the whole thing, maybe. So if we go filter gallery. Okay. Whoa. Kind of looks cool. Not gonna lie. No, it did something weird to it. It looked great before. What was wrong? Why didn't it do what it did before? Maybe I'll just select this area that I would like a roundabout way of where I like the ocean ripple. I've never used so many effects before. Yeah, that's what I'm after. Yeah, cool. Right, then we can come through. And even if we want to get fancy schmancy with it, whoop. Whoop, save. Save. Okay. Thought that was going to be a crash. What we can also do maybe is come back with our This is kind of a thing for the liquefy tool, but I'm afraid my computer might just blow up. Let's just do that. And then mask it out. Cool. Then I'm working through this. I've got no idea exactly how this is going to figure out, but liquefy, I'm just going to guesstimate size, density, don't know if this is going to work, but it might look cool. Yeah, something like that, where it's got like, is doing something. I think we could maybe knock it back just a tad as well. Just a smidge. So this is coming out of this thruster. Let's go back to our airbrush. This one's coming out of this one, so we don't want it to go everywhere. Same with here. And what would happen as well is old mate Alien here. Let's cut this out so we're not affecting everything. That should get rid of all of him. Liquefy. I mean, we could paint all this, which there's nothing wrong with that. That might even make it look better, but we're on a time constraint, people. We've got to do what we got to do. There, now it looks thrustery. Ish. Then we could even get this layer, come on top, do a bit of the old colour doge. I'm not sure if it looks too effecty though. That's my only concern. Nah, don't be sorry. No, this is what it's for. This is what the end is for. It's experiments. What can make it look better? I almost think it looks better without it, maybe. Just with that little like wobble. But that's a cool effect that I might use later on. Or I'll just use it. Mate, what's a different blending mode that could look cool? I mean, it looks like there's sparks coming out of it now. You could even... Yeah, I don't know. I don't hate that either. But yeah, it draws the eye too much. Yeah, we'll put that on ice. But I like this wobbly bit. All right. Leaves, check-ish. Clouds, no need. We blurred it. Squirrel, probably not. Pants and shoes, check. Played, need to do. Boosters, just did it. Alien shadow, I think it's fine where it is. Adjust VTX. Adjust, what's vertex? What was that again? Adjust vertex. Oh, vortex, already did it. Exposure, bokeh, texture, okay. We're getting there. We could do some little extras maybe. Just like tiny little like pew things. That kind of draws the eye again. Nah. All right. It is really looking all but done now for sure. Thanks, man. Yeah, I think that's about. I'm just gonna leave it. I reckon I might call that a day on stream at least. What's my favorite art ever? It's hard to say. What like my favorite art is ever, because I draw inspiration from everywhere. Like I love Rob's work, right? I love TB Choi's way that she does like characters and things like that. I love so many, just JC Leindecker talking about old masters. So there's no one key art type or artist that's like, yeah, that's the one. And I think that's what it's helping me to sort of find a style of some sorts, and that's going to evolve. My style's going to change over time. But yeah, if you want to learn this rendering style, Max Grecke is a great one to look for this kind of rendering style. Some of the concept artists out there, they do this style really well. Looking at 3D artists and studying their renders, even learning a little bit of 3D yourself could be helpful. But yeah, no, hard to say. Really, really hard to say. Mark, it's done. Yeah, pretty much, more or less. I've got to do the plate. I'm going to do the plate later. I'll do that later on today. My brain's fried right now. So, yeah. It is more or less done-ish. Done for today. I reckon I'll spend the rest of the day after stream just really getting the tutorial steps done. I'm working on a sneak preview. Here we go. I'll show you. Working on a sketch note at the moment of that astronaut guy. So some of the behind the scenes that you didn't see of like sketches and bits and pieces. So I'm just trying to figure out how to get the most value or bring the most value into that post. So there's that I got to work on as well, because I got to post that soon. So yeah, busy week. I was suggesting the ocean ripple for the anti-gravity beam. Oh, that one. Yeah, I'll have a play around with different effects as I like merge everything into the one layer. I think it's easier to play around with that. Working with this like chunks of like images or just one image as a whole versus all these layers. So I'll definitely have a play around with that. Thank you, Mark. So is this drawing for a client or social? So it's for a character design quarterly. So they've commissioned me to do this and do a tutorial for it. So yeah. And this wasn't like, the brief was literally those 3 words: the woodlands, thief, surprise. So I kind of took it a little bit further than I could have, but I'm happy I did. Because even though it was a bit of a struggle, I'm glad I sort of pushed past some of the annoying parts where it just wasn't looking right, and I sort of worked through it. Learned a lot. And yeah. On to the next one. Don't break the computer. Yeah, I know. That's I mean, it's a beefy machine. But Photoshop just chews up all that RAM like crazy. What's a canvas size you use for making those notes? What is it? Canvas size 10,800 by 1350. And then I'm starting to script out the next YouTube video as well, which is going to be fun. I appreciate it, Duncan. Nah, thanks for all the tips as well. It's helped out a lot from some of the kind of work that I want to start developing into doing. So that's wicked. No, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. It's one of those things though, like you see it, just been looking at it for so long, and you could just see all the little things that you could have done better. But nah, look, I'm happy. I'm happy it's done. It's sort of, yep, cool. On to the next one, and the next one hopefully will be better, and maybe not. But the idea is that I'm trying to learn through doing this each one, and yeah, sharing the process. So in saying that, I'm going to end the stream here. I'm hungry as it's 3:30 p.m. I'm going to make myself some oats, and just in time. The dogs are going nuts. I will see you guys in the next. I will see you guys in the next one. Yes, clap for Duncan's suggestions. The Photoshop wizard. All right. Let me. Hold on. All right. I think I'm here. Yep. Cool. Okay. Catch you later, everyone. Oh, don't stress about it, Sugar Beats. Chill, chill, chill. You're all good. No stress whatsoever. All right. Catch ya.